Thank you very much for the ones that have headed up, the ones that are getting ready. We got to make sure we get going right away at 1 o'clock. We have 3 top 64s to get through, and then we'll get into our top 32 competitors to grid. We have got DT Party coming up in about 3 weeks, July 18th and 19th, 2-day event. Open fun runs all weekend. Drivers get to pick whatever layout they would like to run. If you're looking for something to do right in the middle of July, swing on out here for DT Party. We got DTP 3 coming up last weekend in July. DTP 3 going to be July 31st to August 2nd. That'll be round number 3 of our Open Series season points. Today we're going to find out if anybody can dethrone Mr. Eli Van Natter. He won DTP number 1. He is at the top of the leaderboard. All right, competitors, please start heading up to grid. We got lots of drivers going up there. We got our judges testing out the scissor lift to make sure it goes up and down. We have got a windy one today, but at least it is now dry. Course is looking good. Open class competitors, to staging, please. And remember, group 2 and 3, you will be up after this. You will get your hour right after this for continuing with fun runs. And then we will get back into our competition. But we've been having a real good time with this layout. We got everything dried up. This is it's exciting. Everybody, welcome to DTP number 2, brought to you by Media Shack. We have, I believe it is 35 cars in the competition today. So we are going to have 3 top 64 battles, and those winners will move into 32. We do have that bracket online on Facebook. You can look up either ND Drift or Fargo Drifting and look at the, I think it's Bracketology. Pull up the Drifting the Plains number 2 and follow along. We have got our judges in position. I'm going to do my best to call out how everything goes. If you are new to drifting, we are going to have 2 cars on the track at one time. They are going to line up. They are going to run our course. There is a lead car and a chase car. Lead car is in front, chase car is in the back. Lead car tries to do exactly what we have laid out. We've had drivers' meetings where we show them exactly where we want the back of the car, the front of the car. We have different zones and clips, little cones placed out on the course. And that lead driver has to try to do that as perfectly as they can, getting the front or back of the car pointed at the clips or filling a box that we have painted on there called a zone. The chase car is going to do their best to mimic everything that they are doing and try to stay as close to them as possible without, they can make contact, they just can't really affect the trajectory of that lead car. They're going to do a lap of that, and then they are going to go back to the starting line. They will switch it up. The lead will become the chase will become the lead, and they will do it all again. We have 3 judges up on that orange scissor lift on the drag strip. They are going to watch, take notes, and then they are going to vote for, they are going to vote for who they think did it best overall, looking at who filled zones better, how that chase was, the proximity, all that good stuff. I will let you know also from somebody who has been up on the lift, I have judged, I have announced, I have whatever. They have a much better view of everything than we do. They can really see on top of who's filling zones and what that proximity looks like. So while some of the calls may be questionable, they always are. I can guarantee you they have a better view than we do, especially even if you're in the grandstand, being right on top of it like they are. If there's anything we need to kind of explain as we go as to why somebody got a call, I'll do my best to do that. But yeah, the judges will vote, so sometimes it'll be 3-0, sometimes it'll be 2-1, but there will always be a decisive vote. We do not do one more times, which is basically a tie in drifting. So headed onto the course right now, we got Nate Healy in that black 370Z out of Sioux Falls. He is going to lead. He is going to be closest to the wall. Then we got Michael Gall out of Omaha, Nebraska, the purple E46 BMW, going to chase. We are going to get a thumbs up from each driver saying that they are ready. Off they go. That lead driver's got to stay up against the wall. He is going to set the pace. And off they go into initiation. Oh, a little bit into the dirt, and that is going to cause a spin. So Nate Healy dropped off of the concrete there into the mud that is over where those cones are. Basically missing that initiation. He is going to get a 0 for spinning. They will now bring that part of the first half of the battle is now done. They will bring it back. Michael Gall will get his chance to lead. And Nate Healy will chase. He will be at a disadvantage and hoping that Mike makes some sort of big mistake here. It does happen. That is a tough initiation, especially with the pressure of competition. So Michael Gall is going to bring us up. They have decided to go on the left side of that cone, whatever. All right, Michael Gall going to bring us up to the initiation, going to stay clean there. As you can see, Healy is going to put on all the pressure he can as they go around that first front clip, transitioning into front clip number 2, and then into our first rear zone. Out of the rear zone, they are going to double back, hit another front clip, reach out to our rear clip, and then run our sweeper wall. And that is one full lap of our course. Good run by Gall. He was very shallow in our last rear clip, just before they run the wall. They're going to bring it around. We will get our judge's decision. The winner will be pointed to by Jessica out there, so we all wait while the judges deliberate, and they will send down the call, and we will announce it, and one of the cars will get pointed to. All right, and the judge's decision is in, and moving on to the next round in the BMW, Michael Gall. All right, we'll get Mike off the course one way or another. Headed on track now, we've got Dylan Ramirez in that blue G35 out of Sioux Falls. Going to line up with Andrew Ness out of Fargo, North Dakota. The dark-colored green, black, purple 350Z. So Dylan is going to have the first lead. He is going to be up against the wall. All right, that is where they're supposed to go. Dylan's going to bring us up to the initiation. Ramirez clean through that rear clip and front clip. Going to transition into our second front clip. Dylan looking good through that rear zone, and as they go past rear zone number 2 and into our sweeper wall, Ramirez going to be a bit shallow in that last rear zone. If you're watching from the audience here, on our sweeper wall we have those K-rail, and you can see 2 tall orange cones. That is where the zones start and stops. So they are supposed to be right up against that wall, that entirety. Good run by Ramirez, not great. It was a decent looking chase by Ness. We're going to bring it back around. Andrew Ness going to get his chance to lead. Dylan Ramirez will chase. That lead car needs to stay up against the wall until a certain point that we've told them that Chase can move around. They can stay on the side. They can get behind him. Until right about there, now that lead can move side to side. Good initiation by Ness, and he is going to open up a little bit of gap going into that first front clip. Very nice transition by Ness, headed into our keyhole. Ramirez keeping about a car length. There we go. That's our first driver to really hit that last rear clip. Very well done by Ness on that last rear clip. He has been the first driver to get where he's supposed to be just before entering that sweeper wall, and it looked like he had good depth on that last rear zone right up against the wall. We will bring them back around. We'll get our judge's decision, see who's going to move on into top 32. But that is exactly where the lead driver is supposed to go on that last rear clip, is up against that cone. So the judges are looking over their notes. Decent runs by both drivers, so they really do have to nitpick. Every judge can be a little different. But typically they start with 100 points in their mind or on their notes, and then they start deducting for zones. They've kind of assigned certain values to certain things, and there will be instant deductions if somebody misses a clip or a zone. And then they will kind of look at style, angle. Did they carry a lot of angle? Did they have shallow angle and use more speed to drive away from the chase driver? And then, of course, on the chase side, they are looking at proximity. Were they close to the lead driver? Were they matching angle? There's a lot to consider when you're looking at how to judge drifting, but every judge does it a little differently. They will also point out to each other you know, if there's a fault assigned, did the lead driver slow up a little bit and cause the chase driver to then have a gap between the lead and the chase? A lot going into that. Been up there myself, and yeah, it is it's a lot of work to judge. All right, judge's decision is in, and in the 350Z, Andrew Ness moving on to the next round. And Andrew's going to find out he's probably got to turn around. They're all supposed to leave from this side, but nope, he'll just wait for them to go. That's fine too. All right. We got the white S14 of Nicholas Summer out of Hermosa, South Dakota. Going to line up against Eli Van Natter out of Baxter, Minnesota, the blue BMW. Eli won DTP number 1. He is at the top of the leaderboard. He has got to get his way out of top 64 first to try to defend that championship. Summer going to be a little bit towards the middle. Good initiation by Summer, and Van Natter right on that S14. Summer looking very good through the keyhole, and Van Natter not letting him go. That was an outstanding battle. Couple things I'm going to point out. Summer was quite a bit into the middle of his lane on initiate when they were driving up. That lead driver has to stay to the left and hug that first tall cone as soon as they come off the keyhole or the sweeper K-rails, and he was a bit in the middle. He also was very shallow coming back on that very same cone for the last rear clip. All right, Van Natter going to lead, Summer going to chase. That is where the lead driver is supposed to be. All right, Van Natter going to open up a little bit of a gap and just brush that first front clip. Summer doing a great job of making up that distance. And an uncharacteristic mistake by Elijah Van Natter. He missed most of that rear zone. I'm not sure what happened coming off of the last rear clip. He did really well on that. Summer did a good job catching up by the time they got to the keyhole. But I'm not quite sure if something happened with Eli's car. But he did not hit that rear zone very well at all up against the sweeper. Well, we'll let the judges do their thing. Van Natter did have an amazing chase, right where he should have been the entire time. Could see a couple deductions on Summer's lead, but a really good battle nonetheless. This is our last top 64 battle. We will get right into the top of our top 32 as soon as this is done. I don't know. This one should be interesting. That Eli's chase, amazing. And his lead was outstanding, it looked like, until then. I think Van Natter definitely had a better chase than Summer. Summer's lead was good. Couple mistakes I could see. Some I can't from the other side of the track. It'll be interesting to see if how the judges weight that last zone. All right, we do have a decision in, and moving on to our top 32 in the BMW, Eli Van Natter. All right, on the line right now, we've got Dan Flowers out of Minot, North Dakota in the teal G35. Going to line up against Michael Gall. He just won his battle against Nate Healy out of Omaha, the maroon BMW. First battle of our top 32. Dan Flowers going to bring us up to the initiation cones. All right, they're just picking and choosing which way they're going to go now. Gall going to initiate early in the chase, but he nails it. Flowers looking very good, little bit off that front clip. Gall doing very well chasing a slower car. And Dan Flowers is going to miss a lot of that last zone. We have shortened up our zones this year. We used to have 6-foot deep zones. We now have 4-foot deep zones, specifically for competition. We want to make it harder to get into those zones so we can catch the drivers that are able to do it. All right, we're going to switch it up. Mike Gall in the lead, Dan Flowers in the chase. First battle, top 32. All right, Michael Gall going to bring us up. Big flick on the initiation. Got about a car on Flowers going into the first front clip. Flowers dropping just a little bit back. Gall going to miss that rear clip again. Really good lead run by Gall. Still missing that last rear clip. They do have to reach out to that last tall cone before they get back to our sweeper here up on the K-rail. They got to get close to that, and Gall, I believe, has missed it both times. Flowers still a car and a half back the whole way. Not a lot of proximity there. Definitely harder chasing a quicker car like Gall. All right, moving on to the next round is Michael Gall in the purple BMW. All right, that is going to bring up Roman Kifyak in that purple 350Z. Going to be chased by Chris Ballinger out of T, South Dakota in the teal Mazda Miata. Kifyak going to bring us up to the initiation cones, giving that chase plenty of room. Both cars clean around that front clip. Kifyak looking good in the lead, a little off the last front clip, and going to miss all. Yeah, Kifyak put himself in a bad position as he came off the keyhole front clip. He missed the rear clip the entire way, threw it into probably, I think the judges are going to call that a straighten, and then was not able to gather for that last rear zone. I'm assuming they're going to zero his lead on that one. We're going to flip it around. Chris Ballinger going to lead. Roman Kifyak going to chase. Chris Ballinger, bring us up to the initiation cones. Ballinger just a half a car gap. Looking pretty good through the second front clip. Catching all of the keyhole zone. Little wide on the front clip, was able to gather it for that last rear clip. And Ballinger looking very good in the last rear zone. Really good looking lead by Chris Ballinger. Like I said, I think the judges are going to zero Kifyak's lead on that. We will find out here in just a minute. All right, and moving on to the next round in the Miata, Chris Ballinger. On the line, we've got Buster Ron out of Sioux Falls in the silver 350Z. Going to get chased by Jeremy Swenson out of Dilworth, Minnesota in the white Corvette. Buster just a little bit off, a little bit in the middle of the lane there. I think Jeremy's going to handle that just fine. Buster going to be really wide on the first front clip. Swenson just a half car behind him. Ron a little bit shallow in outer zone number 1. Ron missing quite a few of the zones out there, very shallow on the clips, both the front and rear clip there at the end. He was able to fill it looked like that last rear zone, but a little bit off on the lead. Swenson did a good job of following what he was presented. Jeremy Swenson going to get his chance to lead. Buster Ron will chase. Lot of speed out of that Corvette. Big early initiation. And Ron going to dip off and probably going to straighten out, trying to keep up with the Corvette. Buster Ron able to gather the Corvette back up. He had to cut some line to do so. And Swenson getting caught up there right at the end. He got into the last rear zone and then kind of fell out of it there. I think a lot of left foot brakes slowed the car up a bit too much. But I think Ron is going to be probably called with a 0 there for straightening right after initiation. The judges are going to have the best view of exactly how that run-up looked. It looked okay from my point of view as far as Swenson, and you can kind of initiate early. Doesn't really matter as long as you're before the 3 cones. That really doesn't matter. And moving on to top 16 in the Corvette, Jeremy Swenson. Up next, we've got Malik Van Treese out of Fergus Falls in the red 350Z. He is not exactly sure where the starting line is, but that ain't it. It's behind you, my guy. Hey, I'm here to help, my man. We got Ty Williams in the blue Mustang out of Wyndmere, North Dakota. There we go. This is brand new for everybody. We've never done this before, so Malik is a good friend of mine. He helps out at the track. I'm going to give him a little for that. He is doing just fine. We are ready to go. Malik Van Treese in the lead. Ty Williams in the chase. Malik a little bit off the wall, but okay, he's gathering up. There we go. He's giving that chase some room. We got to make sure we do not pinch off the chase before initiation. Big move by Van Treese on initiation. He's looking good through the first front clip, transitioning into front clip number 2. Ty Williams right behind him. Ty getting caught up a little bit there. Does a good job clutch kicking the car. Malik on a bit of a shallow midline through that last rear clip and last rear zone. Not bad. Decent run by both drivers. All right, Ty Williams going to get his chance to lead. Malik Van Treese going to chase. I, for one, love this new course. I think it is very fun, very twisty, very curvy. Very difficult for the fast cars to run away. They got to do the work. All right, Ty Williams going to bring us up to initiation. Malik Van Treese in the chase. Another big swing by both cars. Oh, and Malik going to let's just pull right up. Let's door him through rear clip 1 and 2. Very nice mimic by Van Treese. Little bit of a dirt drop by Ty Williams in the lead, and he is going to go very wide on the last front clip, last rear zone. So a couple missed opportunities there by Ty. Going very wide out of the keyhole, missing that front clip, and then very shallow on the last rear clip. He looked kind of okay through the last rear zone from what I can see. He sure wasn't deep in it, but I do believe he got that zone. We'll bring him up. We're going to see what the judges have to say. A lot to go over there, I think. A lot of errors. They got to nitpick that. But Van Treese right on that door in initiation. All right, and moving on to top 16 in the 350Z, Malik Van Treese. Oh boy, do we have a treat. What you would usually see in the semifinals or finals. We got Mark Bellinger Jr. out of Welch, Minnesota, the red 350Z. We got James Cragen out of Ironton, Minnesota, the purple S14. This is a top 4 battle that we are getting in 32. I love chip draws. Mark Bellinger going to bring us up to initiation. Yep, kind of how I thought it was going to go. Oh, James shallowing up just a little bit, losing some angle into that first front clip. Able to pull right back up, letting Bellinger know he's there. Very typical Mark Bellinger run, very nice. Cragen looking good in the chase. Right after that after initiation, the first rear clip, he might have been a little too close, backed off, and he definitely shallowed up on angle. That is very apparent when you're in the judging stand. He did a good job of coming back. The last half of the track looked really good in his chase. Cragen now going to lead. Bellinger going to chase. Good initiation by Cragen. Bellinger right where he needs to be. He does not need to run a door. Cragen looking great through rear zone number 1. A little bit shallow on rear clip 1. Cragen not quite getting all that last rear clip and not quite as deep as Bellinger in the last rear zone. I think this is going to go the way of the Z, but we will find out as soon as they get back. Just a very typical Mark Bellinger run. He knew he didn't have to run the door. He ran an outstanding lead. And it's the perfect example of little mistakes that you can see on 2 very good runs. And moving on to top 16, in the red Z, Mark Bellinger. All right, headed up to the line right now. Just waiting for him to head up. And this is a new driver to our competitions. So we are all learning along the way. We have Hiep Dang out of St. Paul, Minnesota in that E46 BMW, kind of the gray color. Going to get chased by John Schinkel out of Cook, Minnesota in the Mustang, also gray, gray-red. This is Hiep's first competition with us. Little off on that run up on the initiation. Going to open up a little bit of a gap, but I think he is going to get a bit of a deduction on that initiation run up. And he is going to straighten out a couple times there as we go into the keyhole. John's going to give him a little bump. Hiep doing very well in the last half. And that's the way some battles go. There's not a lot to announce there. I think you can all kind of announce your own battle on that one. Hiep a little bit offline, couple straightens. Like I said, first competition battle, at least here. He is going to get his chance to chase. John Schinkel in the lead, Hiep Dang in the chase. All right, big swing by Schinkel. Schinkel going to be about 3 miles off of front clip 1. Actually filling the zone very well through the keyhole. And a very solid last half by Schinkel. He did very well through the keyhole, front clip and rear clip, and the last rear zone. Schinkel was right on. But I will absolutely call out that first front clip. We were just about in a different time zone on that one. I think he's got the win locked up after the first half of the battle there, but we will bring it around. We will get the judge's decision. All right, and moving on to top 16 in the Mustang, John Schinkel. That is going to bring up that white 350Z of Mark Bodner out of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. Going to get chased by John Segla in the magenta C6 Corvette out of Fargo. All right, we are ready to go. We are about halfway through our top 32. All right, Bodner in the lead, a bit off the wall, but that's fine. Looks like Segla's got it under control. He's going to follow him in. Both cars nice and clean around that first front clip. Bodner maybe a little bit shallow in that first rear zone. Bodner looked very good on the last rear clip. He went in very well to the last rear zone, but drove out of it. Did not stay in that zone the whole time. Solid looking chase by Segla. Did just about everything he was asked to. Nothing outstanding, but didn't really see any mistakes either. Just a good, solid chase. Maybe a little bit of proximity needed right in the middle, but it was still very good. Segla going to get his chance to lead. Bodner will chase. Second half of this top 32 battle. right, Segler going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Got just about a half a car on Bodner as they go around the first front clip. Segler looking great through rear zone number 1. Bodner right with him. Segler going to use all the left foot brake going into rear zone number 2. Good looking lead, good looking chase by Bodner. That was very good. The proximity wasn't super tight, but it was very consistent the whole run. His mimic looked very good. They want to see them transition at the same time. We will wait for the judge's decision. Another good example of a very good battle. Not a ton of mistakes. Will definitely take the judges just a little bit. While we're waiting on the judge's decision here, and typically this is when they interrupt me. Yep, they're in my ear. All right, moving on to top 16 in the Corvette, John Segler. What I was going to say is I wanted to thank my partner in the trailer here, Isaac Vraspier. If you've ever watched our live stream, he is the heart of that, along with Tanya Crocker. She is out on the camera right now. They're doing a great job. On the line, we got Dima Skrinick in the multicolored G35. Gonna get chased by Zach Kozienski out of Barnesville in the red Mustang. Off we go. Dima Skrinick in the lead, Kozienski in the chase. Skrinick looking good through the first 2 clips. Kozienski doing a little bit of catching up. Skrinick on a fast run through the keyhole. But Skrinick is going to miss that whole rear zone. Something to point out, and this was gone over in the driver's meeting, it's going to be kind of up to the judge's discretion there. The lead car is supposed to stay up against the wall as they approach us and drive by us here in the announcer's trailer, and then they have to stay to the left. They have to give a lane to the chase. It looked to me, I can see straight down that lane, Dima blocked it off just a little bit, but that is up to the judges on how they want to kind of factor that into their score. All right, Kozienski going to lead, Dima Skrinick in the chase. That's where they're supposed to be, right up against the wall, and then they give that big lane open to the chase to kind of fall into place. Big initiation, going to be a dirt drop by Kozienski. That is going to throw off the rest of his run there. Due to our rain, when they dirt drop there, they are mud dropping. And they come out of that with just about no traction. Zach knows exactly what happened. This one should be, I'm assuming, fairly easy for the judges after that, but they do want to look at everything. Moving on to the top 16 in the G35, Dima Skrinick. Typically, on a dirt drop, the car would come out still having grip. It would take a quarter of a second to burn the dirt off, and they'd go off again. They are dropping into water and coming out with zero grip. On the line right now, we got Zach Sarda in the teal and orange 370Z. Going to get chased by Andrew Ness. He won his top 64 battle against Dylan Ramirez. He is going to get his chance to chase. Sarda going to bring us up to the initiation cones, giving plenty of room to that chase driver. All right, big flick. Ness going to get right on the quarter panel, but Ness going to be out of position and center punch that cone. Ness doing a good job to catch back up, keep up with the 370Z. Sarda doing a very good job in the lead, but also into that last rear zone. He got into the zone and then drove out of it. He did not stay in the zone the whole time. Ness on that first front clip, it's great when they can door them like that, having a car fender to fender, but that chase driver has to drop back to the door or the quarter panel on the lead car. They can't center punch. Actually, it wasn't even a center punch. That hit on the driver's side fender. That's how out of position Ness was on that. The chase driver is allowed to hit cones, but they want to see it either on kind of the center of the car or to the driver's side. So they do need to be, they need to know where they are in relation to that lead car and fall back with a handbrake pull or letting off the throttle a little bit. All right, Ness going to get his chance to lead. Sarda in the chase. All right, Ness opening up a little bit of a gap. Let's see if he stays good on all the zones. Ness looking good. Oh, little bobble just coming out of the keyhole. And that little bobble coming out of the keyhole, that affected the last rear clip for Ness. He was a little too deep and had to shallow right at the end to not hit it. And then that, of course, affected his rear zone at the end. He did have a very good first half, got into the keyhole very well, and just had an issue coming out of it that affected those last 2 points. We got about 15 minutes left in this session. We are going to try our best to get through our top 32. Once again, we got DT Party coming up on July 18th and 19th. That is a fun run all weekend, Friday or Saturday and Sunday. Drivers get to drive whatever course they would like to each time they go out. That'll be July 18th and 19th, and we are back with DTB 3 July 31st through August 2nd. That'll be round 3 of our competition. Want to thank everybody for coming out to DTP 2. We had that little bit of rain earlier today, got the track all dried off. Little windy, but can't beat these conditions. This is great. If you have allergies, I'm sorry, but not much we can do about that. Make sure to stop by the concession stand, grab something to eat or drink. We'll be on break here from the comp in about 15 minutes. We will get group 2 and 3 will be up next from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Group 2 and 3. Kind of your first call. Anytime you want to go down to the staging lanes and line up there, you can. Don't pull them forward quite yet, but you can go down to the staging lanes. Judges are just hashing it out right now. There was a decent amount to look at here. We'll be out here till 7 o'clock tonight, and then tomorrow 9 o'clock to 3. Trying to get some ride-alongs. Go ahead and hop in some cars. We have the table with helmets right over by the concession stand. If you'd like to borrow a helmet, you can always bring your own if you want to do ride-alongs when you come here. We also have that ND Drift merch over at the announcer's trailer. All right, we do have a winner, and moving on to top 16. Andrew Ness in the 350Z. Quite a bit to look at there. Congratulations to Andrew. And that was a 2-1 decision on that one. All right, next up we've got Jeff Fink in the purple-blue 350Z out of Farmington. Going to be chased by Dennis Barov out of Minneapolis in the bright highlighter yellow 350Z. Jeff Fink going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Barov in the chase. Big head of steam in there for Fink. Going very fast through the first 2 clips. Barov with a bit of a dirt drop there on the front tire. Fink a little bit shallow on the last rear clip. So I think speed got Fink a little bit in trouble there right at the end of the track. Came out of the keyhole. Good head of steam, very fast lead run. Was a bit shallow on the last rear clip and missed a lot of the last rear zone. That is one of the keys to drifting that we always go over is if you're in the lead, hit all those zones the best you can. Sacrifice the speed to actually get in those zones. We're going to flip it around. Dennis Barov going to lead Jeff Fink in the chase. Fink going to fall just a little bit behind going into the first rear clip. He has made up about half of that as they transition into the keyhole. Barov looking very good in the last front clip and last rear clip. Much better on the last half of that by Barov. Did very well coming out of the keyhole on the front clip, caught the rear clip, and looked very good through that last rear zone on his lead run. Fink doing a good job in the chase. Another one for the judges to nitpick on that. We will see who's going to go to top 16. Once again, group 2 and 3, you can head to staging. We'll keep you back in the lanes right now, but you can head to staging. Also, as soon as this is done, we will lay out the giveaway Hot Wheels. If you have any kids here under 18, we will hand out some Hot Wheels. They can come over and grab a few. We'll do another giveaway of 3 apiece. As soon as this session is over, it'll be underneath the canopy by the announcer's trailer. So if you have any young ones here, come on over and grab some Hot Wheels, give them something to bring home. All right, we do have a winner, and moving on to top 16, Dennis Barov in the highlighter yellow 350Z. All right, up next, we have Connor Maxwell out of Beldenville, Wisconsin in the Mazda Miata. Going to get chased by Braden Krall out of Harrisburg, South Dakota in the 370Z. Maxwell going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Going to open a huge gap on Krall. We will see how exactly that was done. He's going to be missing that second front clip. And Krall able to close up that gap. Okay, so that's the most gangster rear zone I've seen after missing pretty much 80% of the course before that. That was about the best last rear zone we've seen today. But unfortunately, Connor Maxwell missed quite a few of the zones, was off of most of the clips that I could see. We're going to bring him around. Braden Krall going to get a chance to lead. Maxwell will chase. Krall really out of position in the lead, but that's fine. Maxwell's right behind him. Okay, both cars pretty good through the first two clips. Maxwell fell a little bit off in the chase. I think as long as Krall can run a decent run, yeah, I think Braden Krall did just what he needed to do to offset Maxwell's lead run on that. We will bring them around. We're going to get our judges' decision to see who moves into top 16. All right, and moving on to top 16 in the blue 370Z, Braden Krall. And I did get the word, we are going to be cutting off at the hour. We will not be finishing top 32 in this hour. But we have got Peter Healy in the orange Camaro, going to get chased by Joey Albertson in the white G35. We are going to move on with what we can get done here in our first hour. Healy looking very good through the first two clips, and Albertson right on the back of that Camaro. Healy turning on all of the smoke. Okay, so we had a really good battle going on there. Good lead, good chase. If you caught Peter Healy's entry into that last rear zone, he pulled a ton of angle and then fell out of that angle. The judges are going to see that. We got to pick out the little mistakes, not to minimize, That was a great, typical Peter Healy run. That was a great Joey Albertson chase. Now we got Joey Albertson in the lead, Pete Healy in the chase. We will see what the second half of this battle looks like. Group 2 and 3, you are up right away as soon as we are done here. All right, Joey Albertson going to bring us up to initiation. Both cars clean in the first front clips and rear clip. Joey putting together a very solid lead run. Yeah, that's why Joey usually doesn't miss. That was a great lead run, hitting all the zones. He is one of our typical podium finishers. We will get him back around. We will talk to him about that drifting of the cold track. He'll get a visit from Ethan. I'm just kidding, Joey, but you will. Hey, Joey, that's cold track you're drifting, by the way there, buddy. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay. See you in a bit. All right, we will wait for the judge's decision. You act tough while you're out there, buddy. We are just about there. Group 2 and 3, you can head to staging. And the battle that is on course, getting lined up, that will be our last battle of this hour. So 2 and 3 head to staging, please. 2 and 3 head to staging. And actually just getting through the radio that that battle that is on the line, we are going to push to the next hour. We need to get group 2 and 3 on the track as soon as possible. So we will start the next comp hour with Bellinger and Skrinick. We are still waiting for the judge's decision on the Healy-Albertson battle. It just prolongs Joey Albertson's freedom before he gets a visit in his pits. He's sweating. Yeah, you just keep laughing there, buddy. It was fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, there aren't any more. They all ran off when you saw you coming in, and they're just out there sweeping. Once again, as soon as this is done, this hour is done, we will set out a bunch of Hot Wheels where the kids can come over and grab 3 to take home with them. Try to give away Hot Wheels every event. All right, judge's decision is in, and moving on to top 16. In the Camaro, Peter Healy. All right, that is going to do it for our hour of competition. Group 2 and 3, you are up. We will get to the rest of the comp at our next comp hour, which is going to be 3 o'clock. Get on over to the concession stand, grab some food. Come on over, grab some Hot Wheels. Come on over, grab some ND Drift merch. We will get the Hot Wheels set out here in just a bit. Group 2 and 3. Reboot team shirts, a BUMZ hat, and a lanyard. We're going to have 3 questions. You got to have the right answer to all 3 to win that. We're going to do that a little bit later in comp. And it's going to be a little weird because I'm going to be busy announcing. So we're probably going to have somebody else, after we give you the questions, you'll come up and we'll have somebody else that'll have the answers, but you got to have the answer to all 3 questions. Yes, they are all about Cody and his career. We'll get to that in a little bit. And when that happens, just come up, form a line. If there's multiple people, you get 1 shot at your answers. And we're not going to tell you if ones are right and ones aren't. You just have to have all 3 correct answers. But that'll happen just a little bit later. I am actually trying to think of my own trivia question. ND Drift is going to give away a pair of BUMZ 272 sunglasses also. We will figure out some way to do that as well. But we are ready to go. It is 3 o'clock. We are going to get back into our competition. We are ready for cars, Darren. We are going to pick up right where we left off. We have 4 battles left in top 32 and then right into 16. All right, we just got a little bit of dirt to clean up real quick. Just on this first corner, we're going to hold the cars just for a second. What we do have on the line is Mike Bellinger out of Welch, Minnesota in that red Mustang. Going to get chased by Alex Skrinick out of Ham Lake, Minnesota in the Corvette. Just had a little bit of dirt to clean up on that initiation corner, and we will get going. All right, we are cleaned up. We are ready to go. Let's send them. Mike Bellinger going to lead Alex Skrinick. Bellinger going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Skrinick going to be a little bit forward, falls back, but he's right in that pocket around our first front clip. Bellinger looking real good, and Skrinick right where he should be going into the keyhole. Skrinick gonna just take out that last rear clip. Great looking battle by both drivers. Probably one of the best chases I've ever seen out of Alex Skrinick. We'll bring it back around. Alex Skrinick going to get his chance to lead Mike Bellinger with the chase. Skrinick looking good, just a little wide on that front clip. And a dirt drop for Skrinick on the second front clip. Bellinger giving him a little bump in the keyhole. Skrinick gonna just fall out of that rear zone. That last rear zone, he entered inside the box, but he worked his way right out of it by halfway through, not filling that entire rear zone. We'll bring him around. We'll see what our judge's decision is. Outstanding battle by Skrinick and Bellinger. Judge is going to take their time. Once again, now that I have everybody's attention as we're sitting here, Cody Buchanan and 272 Motorsports going to be doing a giveaway. All right, judge's decision is in, and going on to the next round in the Mustang, Mike Bellinger. All right. Next battle, something I like to refer to as the Battle of Meh and Meher. We got Jack Vingy in the lead. We got Owen Vingy in the chase. Gotta love Chip Draw. Two twin brothers. Jack with the 8-move initiation. But Jack looking very good around that first front clip. Owen right behind him. Jack looking really good in the lead just up until that last rear zone. I believe he missed the entire zone. Through the keyhole, looked great. Caught a good amount of that last rear clip. Really good battle, actually. Jack with a 3-move initiation. We don't really allow that, so we'll see if the judges take off a little bit for that. We're only allowed, it's called 2 moves. Basically, you can do a left and a right or a right and a left, but not a third one on that initiation. Okay, Owen in the teal G35, gonna lead. Jack in the magenta RX-7, gonna chase. All right, Owen Vingy gonna bring us up to initiation. There is that first move and the second move. Bit of a dirt drop. Brother gonna follow him in. It's already started off weird. Both of them fighting with grip, fighting to find the zones. Looking very good through that last rear clip. Owen also going to miss the last rear zone. Everything through the keyhole looked actually really good. Started off very not great, both dirt dropping, mud dropping, and you could tell the grip was not there. They had to get a bit of the way into the course before they actually got grip back in. Looked good through the keyhole. We'll see how the judges look at the initiation. Yep, this is about what I would expect. Perfect. Yep. Good job, guys. Literally not either of the way we've done this so far, but good job. At least we all had fun. If any of you know the Vingy brothers, this is so not even, this is so normal. It's not even a thing. This is just, they both honestly thought, each one thought, this is how I park when getting the award. I got $5. They hit each other leaving, too. All right, judge's decision is in, and moving on to the next round is Jack Vingy in the RX-7. I think we're just all winners that battle is over. Their dad is here, and he's laughing. I know he is. I can't see him. All right, here we go. We got James Backfield in the S14. We got Brandon Baton in the FRS. Bassfield going to bring us up to initiation. Draw a little bit of a gap on Baton. Bassfield going to miss that front clip. But looking good through rear zone number 1 and coming out of our keyhole. Bassfield going to miss all of that last rear zone. Decent run, just not tight on the zones. Like the run itself was okay. Not super precision getting those zones. Keyhole looked all right. We'll bring him back around. Brandon Baton going to get his chance to lead. James Bassfield going to chase. All right, Baton going to bring us up to the initiation. Big Manji in the chase by Bassfield. Odd strategy, but we'll see how it pays off. All right, Baton looking pretty good headed into our keyhole. And Bassfield gonna spin, gonna kick some dirt on the track. Baton not really looking to grab that rear zone, but Bassfield gonna zero on that spin in his chase. Yeah, very odd to throw that extra move into your chase on initiation. It generally creates a gap that's hard to overcome. But we will see what the judges have to say. We'll get them up here. All right, moving on to the next round in the FRS, Brandon Beaton. All right, on the line, we've got Bryce Jensen in the lead in the black 240 SX, getting chased by Elijah Van Natter in the E36 BMW. Jensen looking good around that first front clip. Van Natter right behind him. Jensen a little shallow on rear zone number 1. Both of them just brushed by that front clip. And Jensen gonna pull out of that rear zone. Did not have the momentum to carry all the way through that rear zone. They will bring them back around. Eli Van Natter going to lead. Bryce Jensen going to chase. All right, we are back up. Got everything cleaned up. Eli Van Natter in the lead. Bryce Jensen in the chase. Eli going to open up a couple car gap as they go into front clip number 1. Natter looking very fluid as they go into the keyhole. Jensen doing everything he can to try to close that gap. Van Natter right at the top of that last rear zone. Got a tire in there. Wasn't super deep on the wall, but I don't believe he had to. We'll wait for our judge's decision. And moving on to the next round in the BMW, Eli Van Natter. That is going to move us into our top 16. We have Chris Ballinger out of T, South Dakota in the Mazda Miata, the little teal guy over there. Going to get chased by Michael Gall out of Omaha, Nebraska in the maroon BMW. Ballinger with a quick initiation and Gall right on the door of that Miata. Ballinger looking good into the keyhole. Catches all of rear zone number one, and Gall just not letting go. Great looking lead run, and Michael Gall just not allowing for any space. Outstanding proximity in the chase. They'll bring him back around. Michael Gall will lead. Chris Ballinger will chase. All right, Michael Gall gonna bring us up to initiation. Big handbrake drag by Gall. Ballinger gonna try to mimic exactly what Gall did in the chase. Gall catching all of that rear zone, dragging a side skirt. And Gall right up against the wall. I don't know what you pick. That, wow. Outstanding battle from both sides. Outstanding battle by Gall and Ballinger. Okay, we are going to get to that 272 Motorsports trivia here. We got a little break in the action. So once again, there are 3 questions that I'm going to read off. You have to get all 3 correct. And if you get them correct, you're going to get a Reboot team shirt, a BUMZ hat, and a lanyard of your choice. So 3 questions about Cody Buchanan. The way it's going to work is I'll read them off. You take however long you need to. You're going to come up and you're going to go over to not me. I'm the one with the microphone. You're going to go over to Dom. He's on the other side selling merch because I ain't going to have time. But what you have to have is all 3 correct answers, and he's not going to tell you which ones. If you have 1 correct, doesn't matter. He's just going to tell you that you're incorrect if you don't have all 3. That way nobody else listening hears what the correct answers are. So, first question. What drift series did Cody win his license competing in? What series? The second one is, what Formula Drift event did he win the entire event? And the third one is, who did he beat last weekend in his top 32 battle? So what series did he win his license? What FD event did he win the whole event? And who did he beat last week in Connecticut in top 32? Oh, and we have Max up here too, so he can help with the stuff. So, like, for the first one, what series, like we hold a Pro-Am series, ND Drift does, it wasn't us. All right, we do have a winner, and moving on in the BMW, Michael Gall. On the line right now, we've got Malik Van Treese out of Fergus Falls, Minnesota in that red 350Z. Going to get chased by Jeremy Swenson in the white Corvette. Once Michael Gall figures out which way to go off track, that's not it. All right, Malik Van Treese going to take us up to the initiation. Swenson pulling right up with the Corvette. Looking really good in the proximity. Oh, and going to stumble just a little bit. Jeremy Swenson center punching that front clip cone. Malik Van Treese looking very nice through his different clips and zones. Really good looking lead run by Malik Van Treese. Good proximity by Swenson. Little bit of a mistake. Knocking over that cone, was not very fluid through that front clip into the keyhole. If you're part of Cody's team, you can't guess. My God. All right, Jeremy Swenson going to bring us up to initiation. Jeremy very fast into initiation, opens up a couple car gap on Van Treese. Malik gonna center knock over that front clip. Van Treese cutting some line to pull up that proximity. Jeremy looking really good on his lead run. Very nice lead run by Jeremy Swenson. Opened up quite a bit of a gap right on the initiation hit. Caught Malik sleeping just a little bit on the run-up. We'll bring him back around. We will get our decision. We are into top 16. Once again, the questions are... Oh, did we already get them? We got a winner. Okay, perfect. Zach Sarda was our winner. Good job, Zach. You knew your trivia. All right, and moving on into top 8 in the white Corvette, Jeremy Swenson. Headed on track, we've got that 350Z out of Welch, Minnesota, Mark Bellinger Jr. Gonna get chased by John Schinkel out of Cook, Minnesota, the silver Mustang. We are moving right through our top 16. All right, Mark Bellinger. Gonna set the pace. Mark going to open up a little bit of a car gap there, going around front clip number 1. Schinkel doing a good job of not letting the Z get away. And Schinkel drifting just a little bit wide as they leave the keyhole. A minor mistake by Schinkel there, leaving the keyhole, went a little bit wide in his chase. Mark Bellinger with another clean lead run. All right, John Schinkel in the lead. Mark Bellinger in the chase. And Mark right up on the Mustang. John on a very good lead run, looking clean. A little bit off that second front clip. John getting all of that rear zone, and Mark just glued to the door. That is probably the best run I've seen John Schinkel make all weekend, and Mark Bellinger doing that right behind him. That is a battle I did not think would go that way. That was that amazing lead run by Schinkel. We'll bring him up. We'll get our judge's decision to see who is going on to top 8. Moving on to top 8, Mark Bellinger in the red Z. That is going to bring on the G35 of Dima Skrinick out of Cedar, Minnesota. Going to get chased by John Segla in the C6 Corvette out of Fargo. All right, we are all ready to go. We are working through our top 16. Dima Skrinick in the lead, John Segla in the chase. Dima looking good through the first 2 clips. John Segla half a car behind him. Dima a little bit shallow on rear zone number 1. Dima also a little bit shallow on rear zone 2. Dima missing the last rear clip and the last rear zone by quite a bit. Just did not have the proper throw out of the keyhole. John Segla, good proximity. Could have been just a little bit tighter, but consistent through the entire run. He'll get his chance to lead. Second half of this top 16 battle. Segla looking good through that first front clip. They're going to knock it over. Oh, and a little bit of contact going into the keyhole. Segla continuing through. Segla looking good in the lead run. I believe that contact is going to be on Skrinick. I think he was just in a little too much of a forward position. Impeded John's transition. The judges have a much better view of that. They have replay up there. From here, everything looked good. Just 2 cars trying to take up the same spot. We will see what the judges think about it. And moving on to top 8 in the Corvette, John Segla. On the starting line, that bright yellow 350Z of Dennis Bauerov. Going to get chased by the other Z, the darker Z, of Andrew Ness. All right, Bauerov going to bring us up to initiation. Ness not quite matching angle as they go through that. Got about a half car back from Bauerov. Good looking lead run by Dennis. Ness in a decent position, not exactly where I'd like to see him consistent throughout the whole run. Got a little bit half car gap at the beginning, but had the same angle on initiation as they were going through rear clip number 1, but then Ness shallowed his angle up quite a bit. Might have just fallen out of angle, might be trying to catch that lead car. We'll bring him around. Andrew Ness will get his chance to lead. All right, second half of this top 16 battle. This is the bottom half of our bracket. Ness looking very good through the first part of the course. Bauerov right behind him. Ness going to go way wide on the front clip, leaving the keyhole. All right, so a little bit at the end there, leaving the keyhole. Andrew Ness very wide, missing all of that front clip. That, of course, leads him to miss all of the rear clip. And then he did a great job actually filling the rear zone. Bauerov on the other side did not follow him in through the zone, may have been thrown off by where he was at the rear clip. But typically, yeah, we don't see somebody miss the last front clip, last rear clip, and then fill the last rear zone, but Ness did that. So good for him on that. Not sure where Bauerov was following him into that rear zone. A lot for the judges to look at. Also, concession stand is open if you'd like to get something to eat or drink. Roll on over there. Beautiful day out. Wind died down a little bit. Still a little breezy, but weird weather day today with the rain and everything, and then sunny, then not. But pretty good day for drifting. Also got that ND Drift merch at the announcer's trailer if you'd like to pick any of that up. We have got DT Party coming up July 18th and 19th. No competitions, just fun runs. Drivers get to pick their layout every time they go on course. Feel free to come on out, grab some ride-alongs. We got DTB 3 coming up right at the end of July, the 31st through August 2nd. We will get through round 3 of our Open Series till we lead up to DTP 4 midway through September. We will crown our points champion. We also have the 5K coming up right in the middle of August. Somebody will win $5,000, take home that championship belt. All sorts of events through July, through August, through September. Of course, Drifttoberfest, the first weekend in October, our hot lap event. If you have never been to a Drifttoberfest, you've got to get to one. Just crazy, the constant hot lapping. If you've ever wanted to see 10 to 15 cars on the track at one time, that's the event to go to. Judges still looking over our replays. A lot to go at there. Hi, Andrew. Judges still filing through all of the video. There are battles like this. I think we already had one. They do need to look over again and again. We owe it to the drivers to make sure that they are nitpicking the errors, come up with their decision. We do not allow one more times anymore in DTP Open, where they would basically tie and do it again. We do make the judges make a decision on who did it better. And when the drivers are sitting in their cars like this, I know they can hear me. When it takes this long for a decision, they're thinking two things. We either did really, really great, or we both were really, really bad. It was the great one, guys. Don't worry about it. It was the great. Always the great. All right, we do have a decision, and moving on to top 8, Andrew Ness. All right, on the line right now, that orange Camaro, we've got Peter Healy. We got Peter Healy in the Camaro out of Sioux Falls, going to get chased by Braden Krall out of Harrisburg, South Dakota in the 370Z. Peter Healy gonna storm into initiation. Krall not quite able to follow him, has to reinitiate. Healy gonna turn on that smoke machine. Oh, and Krall gonna straighten behind him again. Healy with an outstanding lead run. I believe there were one, if not two, straightens in the chase, which would equate to a 0 in the chase. I believe Pete Healy will have a large advantage going into the second half of this battle. Braden Krall gonna lead. Peter Healy going to chase. We got a little bit of cleanup to do. Got to get the dirt off the track before we send them. All right, we are ready to go. We are going to send Braden Krall in the lead, Peter Healy in the chase, second half of this top 16 battle. Krall looking good, little wide on the first front clip. Peter Healy just kind of hanging out behind him. Krall looking good through the keyhole. Yep, and Healy doing just enough what he has to, I think, to take home the victory on that one. He knew he had a good lead going on. Krall, good lead run, little wider on the clips than Healy. Not quite as deep in the rear zone at the end. We will see what the judges say. This is strictly from my vantage point in here. I thought Pete Healy had a very good run. Good lead by Krall second half. And moving on to top 8 in the Camaro, Peter Healy. That is going to bring up Mike Bellinger in the red Mustang. He is going to lead Jack Vingy in the magenta RX-7. Big initiation by Mike Bellinger and Jack Vingy right there with him. Vingy with that new turbo on the rotary. Oh, little stumble by Vingy, but now has the horsepower to keep up with the bigger cars. And Vingy just falling off at the end. That was a really good chase. Couple stumbles by Vingy, but kind of really let it go at the end. Very good lead run by Mike Bellinger. But yeah, once again, Vingy now with a turbo rotary in there. He was working with all of about 43 horsepower for the last 3 years. And I believe he now has 143 horsepower. But it is making a big difference. All right, Jack Vingy with the lead, Mike Bellinger in the chase. Vingy with his 5th and 6th move into the season. Bellinger just a half car back or so. Vingy looking good through the keyhole. Bellinger right on the door, but a bit of a straighten. Little bit of a straighten by Mike Bellinger in the keyhole, but Jack Vingy a bit off that rear clip or the rear zone right at the end. I don't think the drop in angle is going to hurt Bellinger that bad. We'll bring him around. We will see who is making it to top 8. Group 2, 3, and losing ones, you are going to be up in 15 minutes. Group 2, 3, and losing ones, you're going to be up in 15 minutes. Losing ones, you have to tandem every time you go out. You have to be not running singles when you're going out in that group. Judges looking over the replay right now. Moving on to top 8 in the Mustang, Mike Bellinger. on the line right now, we've got Brandon Beaton in the FRS. He is in the lead. Eli Van Natter in the blue and orange BMW in the chase. This is our last top 16 battle. Brandon Beaton into initiation. Solid initiation, looking good. Little wider on the first front clip. Eli Van Natter right in the pocket in the BMW. Beaton a little bit shallow just at the top of that first rear zone. And Beaton going to be a little bit shallow in the last rear zone. Might have entered deep, but did work his way back out from the wall. Van Natter right where he should be. Good positioning in the chase. We'll bring him back up to the starting line. Eli Van Natter will lead. Brandon Beaton will chase. We are going right into top 8 after this. Van Natter with the lead, Beaton with the chase. Van Natter going to open up a car length right off the hit. Looking good through the first clips. Heading into the keyhole, he's going to keep that gap. Beaton not cutting line to try to catch up. You know, solid lead, solid chase. The proximity just wasn't there. The gap that was opened up right away was just held. Beaton did a good job in the chase. Just did not have the proximity there, but followed him everywhere, got into the zones just as well. The good chase just did not have the proximity. So before we get to the decision here, or when I say that, that's when they're going to feed it to me in my ear here. Oh, of course, here we go. All right, moving on to top 8 in the BMW, Eli Van Natter. Next up on the line, we got Jeremy Swenson in the white Corvette up against Michael Gall in the maroon BMW. They were practice partners all day yesterday and today. And now they actually get to battle. And Jeremy is doing his best to try to run away. Michael is fast. Jeremy able to open up about a car length gap. And not so sure if Gall did possibly straighten out a little bit there in transition. Swenson giving Gall everything he can handle. I think Swenson went into this knowing he had to try to jump him off the initiation. Gall has been the quicker car typically through practice. All right, Michael Gall in the lead. Jeremy Swenson in the chase. Oh, little dirt drop on initiation from Gall. And Swenson has got him covered right away. Little brush of the front clip by Michael Gall. Little dirt drop by Swenson. They are throwing form completely out the window. Oh, and Gall missing the entire rear zone. I want to see the replay of Swenson's transition in the chase between the keyhole and the last rear clip. And see if I can get that here. Can't get that here? You run the live stream and I can't see a replay? Okay, so apparently I can't see the replay. Really couldn't tell what his transition looked like in the chase behind Gall, leaving the keyhole. I think the judges have a ton to look at there. Both cars just, and that's kind of the thing of battling the person. I mean, every run these guys went out, it was with each other, back and forth, having a blast. You start finding out where you're weak against that person, and I think Swenson knew he had to go as fast as he could, and you always run the risk of missing zones when you're going to do that. He did really well in his lead. There's some stuff, of course, we can't see, but when you're stepping up that speed, no idea how you're going to hit the zones quite exactly, but I think he caught Gall by surprise on that lead. And the winner is in. Moving on to top 4 in the BMW, Michael Gall. Up next in the red 350Z, we've got Mark Bellinger out of Welch, Minnesota, going to get chased by John Segla in the Corvette. And off to the races, Mark goes. Segla just half a quarter car behind him. Mark looking real smooth through the keyhole. John right there with him, not letting him go. Mark looking super smooth through the last rear clip. John right with him. Half a car off of him right at the end. We'll be looking for a, like to call it, typical Mark Bellinger chase. He is going to try to be on the door the entire way. John did a very good job in that chase. Mark is very fast, very tough to chase. All right, John Segla going to bring us up to initiation. Look to see that 350Z right on the door from the hit. Just another quarter car between them. Mark brushing that front foot. John on a very good lead run. Just has to get these zones. You know, unless there was something I missed, and it may have been on John's lead, or maybe chase. I'm not sure if there was a dirt drop that I missed. I would have expected Bellinger to be a lot closer in proximity in his chase, but maybe he knew something I don't from the previous run. So we will get him up here. We'll find out our winner. We will see who is moving into top 4, stepping on the podium. Once again, Group 2, Group 3, and losing ones. You are up in about 7 minutes. You can head to staging. We'll keep you in the back until we got all the cars off the track here. 2, 3, and losing ones. You are up in 7 minutes. Losing ones, you have to be tandeming. We are going to see if we can create our top 4 before we're out of this session. We have 2 battles left to go. I think we're going to push through those and see if we can't get that. We'll get our top 4 ready. Moving on to our top 4 in the Z, Mark Bellinger. On the line right now, we've got Peter Healy in that orange Camaro out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Going to get chased by Andrew Ness out of Fargo, North Dakota. Healy going to bring us up. Ness going to overshoot the clip just a little bit in a dirt drop. That is going to throw him off a bit. Healy looking very good in his lead run. mistakes by Andrew Ness there. Going wide in that first front clip. That threw off his momentum. All right, we got a problem with one of our cars out there. We are going to go take a look and see if there's any fluid down on the track. All right, we're going to get Andrew Ness a bit of a push. All right, we have just got to check to see if there are fluids on the track or not. Judges are still going to do their job. We are going to have to see if Andrew Ness's car is okay. There are no 5-minute timeouts in our DTP Open Series. If a car is mechanically not able to continue, that is it for that day. We are just walking the track. We want to make sure that we know of any fluid. Doesn't look like there is much, if any. They just want to take a look. We know we saw smoke coming out of Ness's car. We just want to make sure if there's any oil spatter or anything. There's nothing big spilled, so we're just want to make sure for the next car down the track that everything's good. All right, Andrew Ness will not be able to continue the second half of that battle. Peter Healy will be deemed the winner and move on. We are going to get Andrew off the track right now. Group 2, 3, and losing ones, you are up. group 2, 3, and losing ones, you are up. We need you in staging. That is going to conclude this part of our competition. We will resume it in our third hour, where we will finish it all up right away. We'll get into we'll create our top 4, finish that. We will get through it. Please give Andrew Ness a big round of applause. He has done outstanding today. It has been fun watching him get his victories. Run group 2, 3, and losing ones, you are up. Ones, please make sure you are tandeming. We will see everybody back for the competition at 5 o'clock. staging. We are going to be running at 5 o'clock and get the competition done. And then we will have open runs for that Group 1, Group 2. We have got 17 minutes until we start that session, and we are going to get right into it and finished up. into grid. We are going to be hot on track in about 6 minutes. We've got one more top 8 battle to go. Make our top 4, and we'll get right into that. We'll have our top 4, then our third place battle, and then our championship. We are just restriping right now. Judges, if you want to head over to your spot. Track workers, if you want to get to yours. Want to thank everybody for coming out to DTP number 2. Weather aside, it's been a pretty good weekend. Real weird today, but we got a few more cars that we're going to send down the track. Finishing up with this run group. do a little trivia again, but this one is a complete guess trivia, kind of, sort of. You don't need to know anything about drifting. You're going to go over to Dom again. He is on the other side. He has the prize and the answer. You only get to guess once, and it's either you got it right or you didn't. And like I said, this has nothing to do with drifting, so wanted to make it so that anybody could win this, and you're going to win a set of the 272 BUMZ Sunglasses. The question is, and this is about me, the announcer, Ethan, what year was I born in? No, you can't do that if you know me, but yeah, what year was I born in? So if you have an answer, walk up to Dom over there. He has it written down. You get one guess. I don't care. I'm not Dom. Don't walk up to me. Don't walk up to me. I'm not Dom. He's over there. You think I'm born in 45. All right. Interesting. Just so you know, anybody has a random chance of what you can just walk up and say a year. Dom's over there. We are ready to go. All right, we've got our first pair going into the burnout boxes. Got a few guesses in so far, nothing, no winners. All right, coming up to the line, we got Mike Bellinger in the red Mustang. Question is, what year was I born in? Why do you squint, like you got to look at me closer like, looks pretty old. All right, coming up behind Mike Bellinger, we have Eli Van Natter. This is the last of our top 8. This will complete our final 4. All right, Mike Bellinger going to bring us up to initiation. We have a winner. All right, Mike Bellinger looking good through the front clip. Eli Van Natter right on him. Bellinger clean through the keyhole, and Eli not going anywhere. Yeah, here we go. Outstanding battle. The answer was 1977. Thank you very much. And yes, I did change my Facebook in case anybody looked. Yeah, for whoever guessed 1960, that is what I put on my Facebook. All right, Eli Van Natter, second half of this top 8 battle. Eli going to bring us up to initiation. Mike Bellinger has his work cut out for him in the chase. He's going to drop a little bit of angle from Bellinger. Eli looking equally clean through the keyhole. Bellinger right up on him. Well, judges have fun with that. Couple spots where it looks like Bellinger was not quite matching angle, had good angle and dropped a little bit of it. That may play a part in the decision here, but outstanding battle to end our top 8. Either one would be a great addition to the top 4. And moving on to our top 4 in the BMW, Elijah Van Natter. And on to the top 4 we go. We've got Mark Bellinger in the red 350Z. We've got Michael Gall in the maroon BMW. Winner is going to the finals. Loser is going to the third place battle. And Gall not giving up an inch in the chase. Both clean around our first front clip. Bellinger looking very smooth in the keyhole, and Mike Gall pushing on the door. Outstanding first top 4 battle. Outstanding chase by Michael Gall. One small note, through the last rear clip along the wall, Gall wasn't right on the door like he was pretty much throughout the entire first half of that battle. Be interesting to see if that is a deciding factor here. We'll see how Bellinger chases in the second half. He is usually running doors. Michael Gall going to bring us up to initiation. And Bellinger right on the door, going through front clip number 1. Oh, possibly a little stutter by Bellinger. And there's that proximity I'm talking about with Mark Bellinger, right on the door through the rear clip. Interesting to see what that view looked like of the transition between right around front clip number 2 into the keyhole. It didn't look completely smooth by Mark Bellinger, but tough to tell from this angle what it was. The judges are right on top of it. So very curious to see how this one's called. We also don't know what Mark's doing either. But we will wait. We'll wait for our judge's decision. Like I said, winner is going to the championship battle. Loser will go to the third place battle. We're going to take a little bit of a look under Mark Bellinger's car. Oh. We have a side skirt. Oh, it's Mike's side skirt. Drift events are weird, people, okay? Just this stuff apparently happens. Judges still looking over everything. Ah, there we go. You can give your opponent back his body panel. Good job, Mike. Judges still looking over that video footage. Also a reminder, as soon as we are done with the competition, we will do our podium ceremony, and then we will get to group 1 and 2 out on the track. Okay, we do have a winner, and moving on to the championship battle. In the BMW, Michael Gall. Mark Bellinger will be in the third place battle. And that was a 2-1 decision for Michael Gall. Get our second set in the burnout boxes. We're going to have Eli Van Natter against Peter Healy. Headed on track, we got the orange Camaro out of Sioux Falls. Peter Healy going to get chased by Eli Van Natter in the blue and orange BMW. This is our second semifinal, our top 4. Winner goes to the championship battle against Michael Gall. Loser will be in the third place battle against Mark Bellinger. Off we go. Peter Healy going to bring us up to the cones. Eli going to run the door. Ooh, he's going to fall back just a little bit. We'll talk about that later. Peter looking clean, a little wide coming out of the field. Okay, couple things. Where Eli fell back right after the first front clip going into the second front clip, I'm fairly sure that was due to a little bit of angle stall by Peter Healy. I think he's going to get the blame for that in the Camaro. Second thing, if you caught that last rear clip just before they enter the sweeper, the most gangster thing, Peter Healy touched it with his wing as he went by and made it rock back and forth. 150 extra gangster points for that. That is amazing. I hope somebody got a picture of that, or we can get a still frame. Super ultra gangster. All right, Eli Van Natter, second half of this top 4 battle. Eli super clean through the front clip. Peter right there with him. Eli able to open a little bit of a gap. And Peter just a little out of position entering that last rear zone. He was able to close that proximity up. Really good start to Peter's chase. It opened up a little bit in the middle, and then just at the end, that gap, it's going to be something in there. Like I said, winner goes to the championship battle, loser goes to the third place battle, and we will have those up as soon as we can. All right, we do have a decision, and moving on to the championship battle in the BMW, Eli Van Natter. Peter Healy will line up against Mark Bellinger in the third place battle. We will get that third place battle on as soon as we can. I'm sure Peter may want to make just a little run to cool the car off, and we will get them right back on. We are down to our last 2 battles. But yes, back to that OG, triple OG, super gangster, hit the cone with the wing. You don't see that a lot. And to have it just wobble, not move, not fall down. Very nice by Peter Healy. All right, we've got our third place battle in the burnout box. They are headed right up. All right, on track, we got Mark Bellinger in the red 350Z in the lead. Peter Healy in the orange and blue Camaro in the chase. This is your third place battle, DTP number 2. Mark Bellinger gonna bring us up, and he is gonna be off to the races. Peter Healy staying right with them. Both of them clean around front clip 1. Mark looking super clean through the keyhole. Oh, and Peter just out of position. Peter making the same mistake he did in his top 4, just out of position, not following over to that rear clip. Will be a big deduction against him. That was a great chase by Peter Healy. Just another Mark Bellinger lead. Really good. Hitting all the zones. Pete Healy gets his chance to lead. Mark Bellinger with the chase. Second half of your third place battle. Both cars through first rear and front clip. And Mark just nose to tail on his transitions. Good battle, very good battle. I thought Mark would be a little closer the whole time, but once again, he may know something we don't. Probably getting some comms from his spotter. Knew about Peter's chase into that last rear zone. We'll bring him around. We will get our third place winner. We will announce the third place. We do hold on to the first place once we get to there. We'll bring them all up to the wall for that part. But we will announce our third place winner. All right, we do have a winner, and taking home third place of DTP number 2 in the 350Z, Mark Bellinger. That is going to get us to our championship battle. And just a reminder, if you've never been to one of these before, what we'll do is we'll run the championship battle. We will get a decision. We will then, before we tell you who the winner is, we will bring our fourth and our third place back up, and our 2 finalists, we'll put them against the wall. We'll get them out of the cars. Round of applause for all of them, all that, and then we will announce our winner. They will then do the spinny things they do, and we will go over to the actual podium, and we will hand out some cash, some sunglasses, and some hardware. Then we will get, with the remaining time in this session, we will get groups 1 and 2 out on the track for their last fun runs of the day. And at 6 o'clock, group 3, you will be up for the last hour. Our championship battle is headed into the burnout box right now. Unlike some of our other competitions, they have to kind of Ironman this. They got to get right up in there. Not really any breaks other than the scheduled hours. And if they just competed, they're probably going to have to get right up again. Cars are hot, tires are hot, drivers are tired. That is what makes these so much fun. Headed onto the track, we got Michael Gall, the maroon BMW out of Omaha, Nebraska. Right behind him, Eli Van Natter, the blue and orange BMW out of Baxter, Minnesota. He is our DTP1 champion. We got a little E46, E36 action going on. Michael Gall with the lead, Eli Van Natter with the chase. This is your championship battle. And off to the races we go. Both cars just brushing that front clip. And a little bit of a dirt drop by Eli Van Natter. Gall right across the last front clip. Good proximity to our rear clip. Yep, that's what we were looking for. Outstanding lead, outstanding chase. Little front tire dirt drop by Eli Van Natter into front clip number 2. Everything looking pretty good by both drivers. Little cool down lap for Eli. We do let them cool down their cars in between these runs. They need to just put some air over that radiator. All right, second half of the battle, Eli Van Natter will lead. Michael Gall will chase. Oh, we're gonna do a little extra run up here. All right. Here we go, second half championship battle. Drifting the Plains, number 2. Little bit of a drag race. And Eli able to open up a little gap. Mike Gall gonna run over front clip number 1. Little tire drag for Gall as well. Gall missing a little bit of angle there. Very interesting, real interesting there. I thought Gall would have closer proximity. Eli definitely able to open up a little gap. Gall with a little tire dip, front tire at front clip 2 as well. Gall knocking over, although the chase is allowed to knock over that front clip. The judges will take a look at where he was in positioning next to Eli. Outstanding championship battle. We're going to bring them up to the wall because we will have a decision. We'll bring our third and fourth place up as well. Like I said, no more. There are no one more times in open class anymore. So we will bring them up to the wall. I think Eli's going to go maybe park a hot car, but he will be back. We will wait for the judges to look at their video. Peter, has anybody told you about the whole wing cone thing yet? Have you heard about that? Oh, wait till you watch the live stream. No, the most perfect little wing tap on the rear clip at the end here. Just beautiful. Right? Hey, it's all that matters. We are just waiting for Eli Van Natter to come back up. The judges are coming down, so that means they have their decision. And once again, after we go through and we'll do the fourth, third, and then announce our champion, and then second place, they will, like I said, they will do their spinny things out there. We will meet over at the podium, and we will give out all the awards and stuff. Then groups 1 and 2, you will be out on track for probably the last 20 minutes or so. Group 3, you'll be up after that. And while we wait for the decision to come over here, actually, do we have Eli up here yet? Is he coming? Okay, he is back there trying to cool the car down. Apparently, it is very hot. We might need him for the award ceremony, but I'll leave it to Hot Boy Mike that he has to park his car just like everybody else. Make sure them photos are fresh. God. You Nebraska guys, I don't know what the hell. Okay, Eli is on his way here with his car. Oh, with a car. Sorry, I heard he was coming with his BMW, and they weren't wrong. Kind of more gangster BMW, too. All right, I believe we have everybody here. Let's give our top 4 a big round of applause. That was really fun. What did you unpack the kids out of the back of that thing? Did they? I honestly, he opened the thing and then I saw his kids and like, all right, cool, whatever. Not going to judge. All right, let's get down to it. Congratulations to our entire podium of DTP number 2. Let's get right to it. In 4th place, out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, the orange and blue Camaro, Peter Healy.
In third place out of Welch, Minnesota.
In third place out of Welch, Minnesota, the red 350Z, Mark Bellinger.
And your winner
And your
of DTP
winner
number
of DTP number 2.
In the BMW.
In the BMW.
Eli Van Natter.
Eli Van Natter.
In second place out of Omaha,
In second
Nebraska,
place out of
the other
Omaha,
BMW,
Nebraska,
Michael
the other BMW,
Gall.
Michael Gall.
All right, guys, do the spinnies.
All right, guys, do the spinnies.
Find yourself over to the podium.
Find yourself over to the podium.
Eli, do spinnies.
Eli, do spinnies. Okay, the Van Natters are, yep, just. You need those backpack leashes. Okay, Peter Healy may have been out-gangstered by Eli with the wagon burnout. That was pretty dope. Yeah. Way to steal that thunder there. I win everything. And just so everybody knows, also, if you've ever watched our live stream, we now have a podium cam, so we get to see all of you on the live stream as you crowd around and do the podium stuff. So that's pretty awesome. Okay. All right, we'll all get over by the podiums. The photographers, you can all get all over there. Podium drivers, we need you up at the podium. Mr. Van Natter, we are just waiting on you. And we will get to this podium ceremony. Group 1 and 2, you are up as soon as we are done with this, so be ready if you want to. Okay, we do have all of our drivers. We are going to get right into it. DTP number 2, presented by Media Shack. We want to thank everybody for coming out. Weather was weird today, but it turned out to be great. Coming in 4th place, winning a pair of BUMZ Sunglasses, our 4th place plaque, the points, and probably the best thing that we have, the 4th place sombrero. Out of Sioux Falls in the Camaro, Peter Healy. In 3rd place, taking home $50 from Evolution Fitness, BUMZ Sunglasses, the plaque. Out of Welch, Minnesota, the 350Z, Mark Bellinger. In 2nd place, taking home $100 from Evolution Fitness, some BUMZ Sunglasses, and the 2nd place plaque. Out of Omaha, Nebraska, in the E46 BMW, Michael Gall. And taking home first place, taking home $200 from TRJ Photography, BUMZ Sunglasses, and our plaque out of Baxter, Minnesota in the blue and orange E36, Eli Van Natter. All right, photographers, go ahead and take all of the normal boring photos. And as you know, we have the one really good photo. We have the jump photo. It'll be 1, 2, 3, jump. So 1, 2, 3, jump. Good enough. All right, guys. Darren will have some photos for you to take in front of the sponsor wall. Group 1 and 2, you are up. You can get in your cars, get to staging. Group 1 and 2, you are up. You have the rest of the hour until 6 o'clock. Group 3, you are up from 6 to 7. We are back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, 9 to 3, open runs, no run groups. Want to thank everybody for staying through the weather. It was an amazing competition. Group 1 and 2, you are up.